Welcome to our April ordinary meeting of Council. A very warm welcome to you all, and it's great to see so many in the gallery. I do appreciate that very much indeed. This meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed. And I'd like to thank all of those who are in the room and those many hundreds who will be watching online. We do appreciate it very much indeed. Acknowledge Deputy Mayor Councillor Rebecca, all councillors here today for this April meeting of Council. Our interim CEO, Colin Jensen, welcome to you. Our GMs that are in the room and those that will be joining us a little later on, a very warm welcome to all of you. In the room today, we also have our youth leaders who have joined us for the first part of the meeting. We do appreciate the presence of Khaled. If you wouldn't mind indicating where you are, if you just raise your hand. Khaled, welcome to you. Nefil, thank you. Sienna. Oh, you're sitting in order. Hayley, Ollie, Cloverley. Very good. Aiden, is it? Eden, thank you. Finn, Morgan, Ash, Mahalia, and Jotu. She's on her way. Okay, well, thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Dusty, as well, and thank you all very much for being part of not only today, but putting yourselves forward to be youth leaders for Toowoomba Regional Council and sharing information that comes from Council into your network of youth across the region. It's a very, very important part of what we do. And we can see even the current federal election campaign, there's a real focus on the Gen Zs at the moment, the X, Y and the Zs. Because that's the growing number, the highest proportion of voters in the election. So it's fantastic that you're all here today. So thank you very much indeed. Just by way of indication, who will be voting? Who's eligible to vote? Age. There you go. Very good. It would be nice for you to share your experience with the other youth leaders as well after the voting process. So thank you too. Just give them a round of applause, folks. Now, I'll begin the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa and the Biggamul peoples, and pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Councillors, just by way of agenda, I will note that there will be an additional item on the agenda which covers off from a deferral of an item at the last meeting, and the deferral was a motion brought forward by Councillor Gary Gardner. It will be item number 12.0. So just for your own records, 12.0, it's a deferral, and it'll be on today's agenda as well. Councillor Gary, so if you can note that as well when we get to that item. Councillors, as we do at each of our ordinary meetings, we acknowledge fine achievements of council officers that have been recognised at different levels, whether it's through state and national awards. And today it's my great pleasure on behalf of councillors and all of the community to acknowledge that the 2024 Queensland Major Contractors Association, QMCA, Ian Harrington Award, which recognises outstanding collaboration partnerships between project teams, clients, contractors and supply chain, was won by the Toowoomba Regional Council team for the delivery of the $300 million 2022 flood recovery program, and specifically for their outstanding collaboration practices during the project. Establishing effective working relationships was at the centre of the program by implementing collaborative partnership agreements between Toowoomba Regional Council and two principal contractors. The Toowoomba Regional Council project management team oversaw and managed 5 local consultancy firms throughout the project's 14-month construction timeline. The 2022 flood recovery program was extremely complex and involved more than, get these numbers, youth leaders, these are big numbers, more than 7,000 work sites. 7,000 work sites spanning over 13,000 square kilometres and impacted more than 23,000 stakeholders. Almost $200 million was injected into the local economy as a direct result of the project management team and the contractors partnering with local suppliers, subcontractors, consultancy firms and council's construction and maintenance teams. As a result of partnering with Toowoomba Regional Council to deliver the program, several local suppliers, some contractors and consultancy firms have been able to expand their capabilities by having the opportunity to work with new systems and processes. This opportunity has better equipped local businesses for future opportunities within council, and it's a fantastic achievement. Today, and I know Councillor Carroll was also at this activity and was recognised for her service, as was Mike Brady. And Mike's an apology today, he's on leave, but he is watching online, Mike, so welcome to you, Mike. You're a big part of this award, Mike. Today we have the following officers this morning with us, and I'll ask them to come forward as we present this quite lovely trophy, actually. Charlie Dill, who was the Program Director, Darren Weir, who's the Principal TEL Advisory, Blaise Shan, the Manager of Project Delivery, previous DFRA Program Director, now is with the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Program, Danny Avery, Engagement Communications Flood Recovery Program, Eric Crack, Executive Manager Construction and Maintenance, Angelo Casagrande, acting manager, I should say, and active, Transport and Drainage Planning, and Angela Fry, Manager of Project Services. So if you'd like to come forward, and we'll present this, as I say, quite lovely trophy. And thank you all for coming over for that presentation. I do appreciate it. It's worth celebrating success, and we probably don't do it enough, to be honest, as an organisation and community, and that's great success. So congratulations again. Please give another round of applause. Okay, councillors, we now move to item number 2 on the agenda, which is the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, of which there are nil today. Mind you, we've got a couple coming up. Item number 3 then is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declaration of conflict of interest. Now, there are a number to work through here, councillors, so we'll use our patience as we go through them one by one. There is no absence, obviously, we are all here. However, there is a granting of leave of absence. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I request that I be granted a leave of absence from the committee meetings on the 12th and 13th of August 2025 because I'll be attending the Local Government Association of Queensland Policy Executive Commitments.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Can I have someone move Councillor Rebecca's absence? Councillor Trevor and Councillor Bill, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. And thank you for the work you're doing at both there and at the national level. We do appreciate it very much indeed. We do then have a prescribed conflict of interest from Councillor Gary. This is in regard to item 8.5, item number 7, Toowoomba City Aerodrome Review.
I have a prescribed conflict of interest there, so I'll leave the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Gary. I do appreciate it. We'll then work through the declarable conflicts of interest.
Just to note that this is the reason stated.
The reason is up on the screen there, councillors. Inform the meeting prescribed conflict of interest.
Because FKG currently holds the lease with Toowoomba Regional Council, lot 457 on RP 883156. In accordance with Section 150M of the Local Government Act 2009, I will leave the meeting and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Gary. I do appreciate that. We'll then move through some declarable conflicts of interest, and I'll go in the order of my sheet, which is the order that will appear. And the first one is actually from myself in regard to a declarable conflict of interest for item 8.1, item number 3, which is the CBD Heritage Incentive Policy, consideration of an application. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on 8 April 2025 and of Council's previous decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Then move to Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I've got it here, sorry, there's just been a few of these emails. So this is in relation to item number 5 of the Infrastructure Committee meeting. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of the 8th of April 2025 and my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on. And then I also have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to also item number 8, item number 5, 8.5. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Corporate Services Committee meeting of the 8th of April 2025. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Gary, you've got a couple that you've got as well in regard to this, or other matters, in fact. Thank you.
Yeah. Review of subordinate local law 1.15, carrying out works on road, interfering with a declaration of declarable conflict of interest. I would like to be amended that I made a declaration of matter on the 17th of September 2024. Reason for the decision, Councillor Gary Gardner may participate because, based on advice provided by the CEO, your interest is no greater than a significant portion of the other community members, and all people in the suburb, all people in a small town business, and relevant circumstances have not changed or will stay in the meeting and vote on the matter. I think I might change that.
You'd like to change that, Councillor Gary? Well, it's your option to do that.
Yeah. I inform this meeting, even though the matter of ordinary business and that my interest is no greater and a significant portion of other community, my interest is not unique and exceptional and is least consistent with others in the community, including business and developers who interact with Council's application process. This is not a personal private gain, but a shared public outcome for the region. Any benefits from changes of SL 1.15 would flow to all people at TRC who have utilised the application process. However, I will voluntarily declare a conflict of interest in this matter is defined in section 150EF4A of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because my related parties listed below have either had applications under current SL 1.15 in the last 5 years before I become a councillor may apply in the future. I shall read them out.
Wendy will have them up on the screen shortly, Gary, and they'll be obviously go on the screen and will be minuted in that fashion.
All right, there's 36 of them, so.
Oh.
We've got 25 listed on here.
Okay. Well,
therefore, can you read them? Sorry.
Well, King and Co had 36. So.
Okay, well, happy for you to read them out then, if that's the case, if they're different to what...
I will stay with the 25.
Okay. Noting, Councillor Gardner, that 25 is almost a catch-all up on the screen. If you look at 25, which is all associated, related and controlled entities for the above-mentioned entities and related business entities. So that may well be the balance of those that you mentioned. So that's your declaration, Councillor Gary?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wish to participate in this decision in relation to this matter, acknowledge that the eligible council must now determine Present to Section 150S of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, may participate in the discussion but not vote on the matter, must leave the meeting, including any areas set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision of the matter subject to conditions.
Thanks, Councillor Gardner. Appreciate that. So, councillors, are there any questions for Councillor Gary? If there's no questions, councillors, we have got three options before Councillor Gary did put those forward. I might elaborate a little further on item number 3 or option number 3, Councillor Gardner, which was may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. And those conditions historically would be that you stay in the meeting, participate, but don't vote in the meeting, don't vote on the decision and leave the meeting at that time for voting. That's basically what a condition would be. Yeah. I'm in the hands of councillors to which option they would prefer for Councillor Gary.
I'd like to stay and participate in the vote. So.
Your preference is to stay, participate in the decision and vote on the decision?
Yeah.
That's Councillor Gardner. So any questions for Councillor Gary given that further information? Councillor James and Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Gardner. Sorry, can you just repeat? I know when the information you read before, what was the reasons you gave around that you don't have any greater or less influence than anybody? Just that. Can you repeat that part, please? Because I think that's important. Can you turn your microphone on there, my friend?
And consistent with others in the community, including business and developers who interact with council's application process. This is not a personal private gain, but a shared public outcome for the region. Any benefit from changes from SLL 1.15 would flow to all people in TRC who have to utilise this application process.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think there's probably a few other questions. But
Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Trying to word this appropriately. If councillors had received advice counter to what had just been presented then, and were of the mind to take that advice into consideration, I think that the option where Councillor Gardner participates in the discussion about the matter but then leaves for the vote on the matter would be a reasonable course of action. And to that end, I'd be comfortable to move. So. Thanks,
Councillor Rebecca. Do I have a seconder for that motion? The motion will be before you, Councillor Bill. So that what it says here that Councillor Gary may participate in a decision about the matter, importantly, by discussing it at the meeting, but may impose the conditions. What does that mean there, Wendy? We need to take that out. The councillor must leave the place at which the meeting be held while the matter is voted on. That's the motion that you're suggesting, Councillor Rebecca. We've got a seconder by Councillor Bill. A question, Councillor Trevor.
Can that be clarified? Which matter?
It's the matter before us, which was item 8.3, item 3, 1.15. Okay. So we're only dealing with that item. Okay. Any other questions? I'm happy to take if need be. We've got a motion before us. Councillor Gary?
Would that be the advice where 8% of the applications?
Councillor Gary, we've got a motion before us. Okay, and the motion is that you participate in a decision about the matter by discussing it at the meeting, and that the councillor must leave the place at which the meeting is being held to vote on the matter. So in other words, you stay for the meeting, and then when it's time to put your hand up to vote, you leave for that part of the meeting. That's just so that everyone's clear on that. That's what that process is, this motion. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, second by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Councillor 4 in favour, and obviously there'll be 7 against. That motion is lost. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move.
Sorry, James, we need to call a division on that. Do we do that? Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bill and myself. In favour, and I'll assume that it's the others against. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can I just, sorry, I know they're working through it, just the option, the first option around is able to stay and participate. What the wording of that?
May participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Yeah, and I'm happy, well, I suppose we're not in debate, Mayor, but I'm happy to state reasons why or my reasoning for siding.
How about we throw that up and get a seconder? Someone willing to second that motion? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Right, it's on the table now. James, happy for you to talk to it.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'll speak about it briefly. I mean, I know we all find ourselves in a difficult position here and respect, obviously, everyone's decision on how we come to this, and I will admit I found it a difficult one as well. But what I thought about and why I landed in this position, and that's why I asked before if Councillor Gardner could state the particular lines that he mentioned there before from his legal advice. And I know we often speak around here around conflicts of interest or just prescribed or whatever the words that declarables, whatever they sit at the moment. And it comes down to that first line around, does the individual have anything further to gain or lose by the outcome of the decision? I think that's sort of been stated there. I think there's also another side to this where we often talk about, whilst it's not an official term, but the pub test, or does it pass the public interest test? And I thought about that, and often, and why I come back to this outcome, Mayor and councillors, is because if we think about it, we are elected by the community to make decisions, and the reasons that people elect us is because of what interests they think we have or abilities to be able to.
Councillor James, we're probably going into more of a debate here for what we're at. So I'm happy if someone has an alternate view to this and we need to go to debate, I'll go back to you. Is anyone wanting to debate this item? If not, then James, we've got a motion there before us. The motion is Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in a decision about the matter in the meeting, including by voting on the matter. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Okay, just keep your hand up nice and tall if you don't mind. So we've got Councillor Melissa, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Trevor, Councillor Kerry, Councillor James. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion's lost. Great effort, James. Motion's appreciate your effort. Motion is lost in that regard. All right. So, councillors, we have all but one option left, which is number 2. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just get advice from the CEO, please? There has been some legal advice, which I believe the subject of which is confidential in nature. So to what extent can I refer to legal advice in a motion? Not at all.
Sorry for the delay. You can't refer in open meeting to legal advice. However, you could proceed to actually put your motion or your discussion item without referencing it would be acceptable. I believe you could do that simply by actually putting your point of view forward and not referring to any other advice that you've received. If you felt the need to go beyond that, we would have to close the session.
Thank you for that. I was just finding it hard to pick words, but if it's my belief, and then I'll continue. So thank you for that. Chair, the motion, well, I need to give reasons, but in my opinion, Councillor Gardner does have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to section or to Local Law 1.15, and should not vote, not participate, and should leave the meeting for voting. Do I need to give a reason, CEO? Thank you.
I beg your pardon? If it's carried, you'll need a reason. Okay, so if it's carried, you need a reason. But your motion is that Councillor Gary must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
And
that's basically what the...
Could it be listed that it's a declarable conflict of interest rather than prescribed, please?
Yes, all of this discussion is on a declarable. That's the heading we're working under.
Councillor Tim has moved that. I'll go to a second before I go to questions. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bill. It's now on the table. I'm happy to take some questions. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question through to the interim CEO. Procedurally, if this motion were to fail, what's the next step?
You're treading in unique territory now. You will have exhausted all three options. Therefore, you would need to consider your position as a council and then revisit one of the three choices that you have. So to actually go through them again, we're talking about a declarable conflict of interest. Councillor Gardner has actually listed the relevant reasons why they are a declarable conflict of interest because they are not ordinary business. Councillor Gardner has given an explanation as to the business dealings, that they're not unusual, might be the word that I pick, but they are not, for the purpose of regulation, ordinary business. Therefore, you only have the three options. Stay for debate and voting, stay for debate and don't vote, or don't stay at all, leave the room. They are the only three choices. You're on the third one. You would have to revisit one of the alternate motions.
Further clarification, Chair,
Further question,
if I might. Given that the other two motions have been lost within the last 5 minutes, if, when you say to revisit, I would be comfortable to foreshadow revisiting the motion that I moved 5 minutes ago, but again, I ask a procedural question about whether we need to rescind a vote to do so, or do we just have me foreshadow that should this motion fail, I will again move the motion that Councillor Gardner stay for discussions but leave for the vote?
Through you, Chair. Yes, it would be safest to merely rescind the previous vote on the same motion that you're re-putting. It's unusual, but your alternative would be not to proceed at all today and have to withdraw the item from the agenda, which is less desirable in my view. So for business to continue, it would be rescind a previous vote of the one that you proposed, then re-put it.
Okay, that's clarity there. Councillor Trevor has got a question, and Councillor Gary, I'm very conscious that this is about you. So from a question perspective,
So I'll go along with Rebecca's. I'll leave the meeting and not vote. I mean, I will participate.
no, well, that's not your decision.
No.
Councillor Trevor.
My question is, Councillor Gardner, has he got the right to vote on all this? Because I noticed he didn't vote on the second motion there. Can he vote on it or not?
It's in relation to, pardon me, it's in relation to he's not left the room at the moment. The motion is whether he leaves the room or not.
Yes, but can he vote whilst we're trying to sort out whether we're going with number 1, number 2 or number 3?
Yes, he has. He has the opportunity to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tim. Any other questions? Councillor Tim? You've got a mover and a seconder for your motion.
Yeah, Chair. Look, we've had motions that haven't been successful. We're at our last option, as the CEO said. We've talked about doing this correctly, even if it takes time. I wonder if it may be worth going into confidential to discuss the confidential aspects of this motion and to propose ideas.
That's fine. We actually, just for clarity, and Wendy's just pointed this up, we haven't actually counted Gary's vote. Okay? We haven't counted Gary's vote in any of the votes we've had. So, Councillor Tim, at the moment we've got a motion on the books. I'm happy for you, if you wanted to move that we go into a closed session to discuss items of confidential manner. I'm happy for you to do that. If we get a seconder for that, then we'll put it on.
Thanks, Chair. Could I, Wendy, move the motion of what the Mayor just said?
We have a seconder to go into confidence, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Now, hang on a minute. We'll do this properly. Those in favour of this motion to go into closed session? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6. That motion's carried. We'll go into closed session. Thank you. So that means youth leaders, you can all depart. And thank you for your attendance.
I won't be long, guys, I promise.
Councillors, we are back online. Councillors, we're back online and the meeting has begun. Councillors, Councillor Edwina, the meeting is open to the public and is back on. We are now live. Councillor Tim, I'll go to you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tim, before I do that, I just wanted to confirm the voting of which Councillor Gary Gardner's vote was abstained. Well, it wasn't recorded as a vote. The first motion was in regard to, and it was a motion put forward by Councillor Rebecca and seconded by Councillor Bill, in regard to Councillor Gary staying in the room for discussion and leaving the room for the vote. The votes were 4-6 with Councillor Gary abstaining. 4 in favour were Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bill and myself. That was lost, 4-6. The second vote was put forward by Councillor James and seconded by Councillor Edwina. That vote was that Councillor Gary stay in the room for discussion and voting on the matter. That motion was lost 4-6 with Councillor Gary abstaining from the vote. And those in favour of that motion were Councillor Melissa, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Trevor and Councillor James. That was lost, as I say, 4-6. Councillor Tim, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. There was a third and final option that I put. I'd actually like to withdraw that motion with the blessing of the seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Therefore, councillors, we don't have a motion on the books. I go to Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to move that Council rescind the previous decision in relation to Councillor Gardner's declarable conflict of interest. And that decision to be rescinded is that Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in a decision about the matter by discussing it at the meeting, and that the councillor must leave the place at which the meeting is being held while the matter is voted on. That vote was unsuccessful. I'm moving that we rescind that matter, and I foreshadow removing that motion.
Councillor Rebecca has moved the rescission of a motion, which was the first one put forward. We have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? We'll record this one as well, Wendy, I would say, because we've got Councillor Gary abstaining from the vote. All councillors eligible to vote. Councillor Kerry, are you voting in favour of this? Okay. Those in favour? That means all bar Councillor Kerry, with Councillor Gary abstaining. Those against? Councillor Kerry. All right, that motion is carried. Councillor Rebecca, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I move that in relation to Councillor Gardner's declarable conflict of interest in relation to Subordinate Local Law 1.15, that Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in a decision about the matter by discussing it at the meeting, and that the councillor must leave the place at which the meeting is being held while the matter is voted on.
Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Any need to go into debate? If not, I put the motion. Those in favour? We'll record the votes. So Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Bill, Councillor James and myself. Those against? Councillor Trevor, Councillor Tim, Councillor Kerry, with Councillor Garra abstaining. 7-3 the vote, that motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We then move, Councillor Gary, to a second declarable conflict of interest for you, and it's in relation to item 8.3, number 4, review of works on road permit, fees and charges. Have you had a declaration for that one? That's yours there before you, Councillor Gary, under item 4.
Yeah, I request for the purpose of this meeting to be minuted that at the Infrastructure Committee meet on the 12th of November 24, item number 3, traffic management fees and charges, that Council resolve that Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Declaration of declarable.
No, just finish it there.
Yeah.
That's fine. So that's fine, Councillor Gary. You've declared a declarable conflict of interest it was determined at a previous meeting that you could stay in there and vote, and that's what will take place today as well. Councillors, are there any other declarations of declarable conflicts of interest? Councillor Tim.
Yeah, it's not a conflict of interest, but we're still on item 2. I just need to propose a potential leave of absence, and I'd take advice of whether I need to, through yourself and the acting CEO. Next month at the ordinary meeting on Tuesday the 20th of May, I will need to leave that meeting substantially early to be at another council business event. So we'll be there in the morning. Do I require a leave of absence to leave that meeting early?
No, short answer. You won't need it. You'll be at the meeting and it'll be recorded when you leave, and if you need the reasons to, we can do that as well.
Thank you.
No need to record them. Any other leaves of absence that anyone would like granted at this stage? No, as I say, and we all say as chairing meetings, if there are conflicts of interest that you feel arise during the meeting, please indicate that, either as yourself or another councillor. That would be much appreciated. Well, councillors, I propose that we continue on the meeting until close to 10:30, in which we will have a break. Item number 4, councillors, is the confirmation of minutes. Now, we do have the motion there before us, and this is for the ordinary meeting of council on the 18th of March, that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated the 18th of March 2025 be confirmed. Councillor Farquhar, you were absent for that meeting. Those in favour? Mover. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, we then move to the special meeting on the 19th of March. Councillor Farquhar, you were absent for that meeting. The motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 19 March 2025 be confirmed. Now, special meeting. Councillor Farquhar, you were away for that one as well. I can have someone to move that motion. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. The final minutes to accept today is a special meeting on the 26th of March. Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca were absent for that meeting. The motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 26th of March 2025 be confirmed. I have someone to move the minutes for the 26th of March. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, item number 5, business arising from the minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes? If not, councillors, we'll move to item number 6, which is the presentation of petitions. Now, councillors, I do have a presentation of petition. Are there any other petitions? This one is in regard to some safe local precinct area for Lindsay Street. Has anyone else got any petitions? If not, I'll read this petition out for you, councillors. It's regard to, as I say, to create a safer local precinct in the area of Lindsay Street. This is a properly made submission and has some 76 signatures. The submission is as follows. We, the undersigned residents of the Toowoomba Regional Council jurisdiction, request that the Toowoomba Regional Council take immediate action to address the traffic flow that is now occurring along Lindsay Street. Lindsay Street was a quite safe street up until the roundabout was installed at the intersection with Margaret Street. Traffic flow has subsequently immensely increased as other road modifications have been introduced in the area. These include the lights on Mackenzie and Margaret Street, the top signs in Curzon Street, and the earlier upgrade of the lights on the corner of Hume and Bridge Streets. Consequently, Lindsay Street has become a thoroughfare for drivers using it as a bypass, allowing them to travel from Herry Street to Bridge Streets without lights or stoppage. It is unfortunate that many motorists pay little regard to the rules of the road, let alone speed limits. Examples of this include noisy hooning behaviour, careless, inattentive drivers and excessive speed. Locals struggle to safely access their properties. Traffic from side streets and street parking is increasing in the area between Margaret and Herry Streets, and the parking and congestion between Margaret and Bridge Street is at best chaotic as people seek access to and parking for local families, businesses and private dwellings. These include the beautiful parks and gardens, the bowls, tennis and croquet clubs, Cobb and Co Museum, the Historical Society, schools, medical practices, the Athletic Oval, the Sunday markets and TAFE. In the interest of safety, there must be a way to see this street and the public area it is used to access be made safe and allow those who seek to use these areas to do so without the fear that they or their children may suffer a serious or even life-threatening injury. The lack of safe pedestrian access in this area, the high number of vulnerable road users, and the presence of schools, museums, businesses, sports grounds and clubs, markets, TAFE and Queen's Park make this a critical issue for our community. It's a properly made submission, and the author of the submission is Mr. Mark Creedon at 91 Lindsay Street. 73 submissions, and therefore, councillors, I present that and ask for a mover and a seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Trevor. The motion is that the petition be received and referred to the CEO for further consideration. All those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Interim CEO. That's for you. Very good. Okay, councillors, I propose that we do have an adjournment just for 10 minutes. Councillors, if I can have someone to move an adjournment. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That motion's carried. We'll return at 25 minutes to 11. Thank you, councillors. A short time from coming back online, so if you wouldn't mind resuming your seats. We're now online, councillors, and we will resume the meeting, and we move to item number 7, councillors, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. It's a mayoral minute, of which there are 2 items, and you'll note and we'll record the absence for this first one, Wendy, if you don't mind, of the interim CEO, Colin Jensen, because it refers directly to the interim CEO. Item 7.1, councillors, is a motion for extending the period of time for the acting Chief Executive Officer. And the motion is simply that Council resolve to appoint Colin Jensen to the position of Acting Chief Executive Officer up to and including 13 June 2025, if required. That's the motion. I have someone to move by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion, Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Just noting Councillor Melissa's absence from the room as well there. If you could, thanks, Councillor Bill. Thank you. We move then, councillors, to item number 7.2, which is the change of committee meetings. The motion, councillors, is as follows, and it's rather long, but I'll read it out and we'll put it up on the screen as well. Is that number 1, council resolve that the meetings of its 6 standing committees, unless otherwise determined by council or the committees themselves, will be held on the 2nd Tuesday of each month, commencing at 9 a.m, and if required, continue on the 2nd Wednesday of each month from 9 a.m. in the council chambers, City Hall, 541 Ruthven Street, Toowoomba, with an effective day of 1 May 2025. 2, the order of the standing committee meetings is A, Planning and Development Committee, B, Water and Waste Committee, C, Infrastructure Committee, D, Environment and Community Committee, E, Corporate Services Committee, and F, Economic Development Committee. And number 3, public notification be undertaken in accordance with section 254B, Public Notice of Meetings of Local Government Regulation 2012. The motion is there before you. Actually, I'm supposed to move these. Moved by myself. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We then move to item 8, councillors, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. The first one of which is item 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee. Item number 3, and we'll have to do these separately because there is a declarable conflict of interest of myself, which was voted on to stay and vote, but we will do them separately. And therefore, the first motion is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 8 April 2025 be received, and with the exception of item number 3, the recommendations therein be adopted. I have someone to move that. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. The second motion then is item number 3, which is the CBD Incentive Policy Consideration for an Application. And it's that the Darling Downs Irish Club Incorporated application seeking financial assistance for facade painting at the Irish Club Toowoomba, located at 80 to 82 Russell Street, Toowoomba, be granted in the amount of $10,000 including GST, subject to the provision of a final colour scheme for endorsement by the principal architect prior for commencing work. That's the motion, and we will have to record a division because there's a declaration. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. We've got a mover and a second. You seconded it, so I'm happy for you to ask a question.
The question, I'm happy with the Irish Club, but a question that came to me via a social media post during the week is with the CBD incentive thing. Does that include towns, villages outside of Toowoomba?
Councillor, that's not related to this matter. This matter we will deal with. If you've got a question in regard to more broadly on that, we can do that. That's this matter only. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. When moved to item 8.2, which is Water and Waste Committee, there's 3 items. Greater Western Toowoomba Sewage Treatment, catchment study. 4 is the item number 4, Pittsworth Sewerage Catchment Study 2025, and number 5 is the Yarraman Water Supply Study. Okay, so the motion before us is that the report of the water, unless someone wants to pull any of those out? Nothing? Okay. The motion is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 8 April 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 8.3, the Infrastructure Committee, of which all 3 will be treated separately because of the conflicts of interest. The first item, however, we've got Councillor Gary's declaration for 2 of these, and we've got Councillor Rebecca's declaration. Actually, we've got Councillor Rebecca's declaration for the third one, which is item 5. So the first motion is as follows. And Councillor Gary, noting that you can stay in the room for discussion on the matter and remove yourself for the vote. And therefore, councillors, is there any discussion required on item number 3, which is the review of subordinate local law number 115, carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation, 2020. If there's no discussion, sorry, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move an alternate motion.
An alternate motion?
Yes.
We don't have a motion on the books at this stage, so I'm happy. What's your alternate motion, Councillor?
I've
Edwina?
sent it through to Council Business. If you could pop that on the screen, please, Wendy.
So this is for item 3, Wendy. Okay. Councillor Edwina, I'm happy for you to read that out if you've got it there before you.
That Council defer item number 3, review of subordinate local law number 1.15, carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation, 2020, to the May committee meeting to allow time to consult with persons who made submissions during the public consultation phase properly. Okay,
just before we go to a seconder, I just want some clarity around this motion, Councillor Edwina, and it's a question I need to ask of officers. Given the previous motion around our committees all coming through when they are on the one day, and the fact that councillors have requested and it's been granted, we received our board papers fractionally earlier than in the past. There is only a week between now and when those papers have to be submitted. And so therefore I'd like, Angelo, if you'd like to comment on timing, if that's possible. I'm just raising that because it may well change what you've got there. Angelo, if you wouldn't mind. Just on the microphone, mate. Thanks. Welcome, Angelo.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make comment to that. We'll at least need through to the June ordinary and committee meetings, Councillor Farquhar. So, yeah, the current progression through to the May meeting has been too short a period, as the Mayor was saying.
Councillor Farquhar, if that's the case, were you comfortable to change the word May to June?
Yes, I am, Chair.
How about we say June 2025?
Yes, please.
Okay. So that's your motion. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Edwina's motion? Seconded by Councillor Kerry. Is there any need to go into debate? Councillor Gary. Keep in mind, we're now at a voting stage because we've moved and seconded. We're now at vote, which means hypothetically you're out of the room, actually. You're out of the room.
Yeah.
Clarification?
Clarification on that. Can Councillor Gardner participate in the debate but just not the vote?
Actually, he can in the debate.
So if
that was a question.
It's a question. So if we were to move into debate, Councillor Gardner could be back in the room.
Could be. But at the moment, we've got a motion and we've gone. I've asked if anyone need to go into debate. Councillor Gardner asked for a question. We're in debate, so we're in the motion. The motion before us is that be deferred, and the words as per Councillor Edwina. Those in favour of that motion, the motion that's up on the screen there. Okay, we will record these as well because there is a declaration. Those in favour of the motion. So You've got this. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Trevor, Councillor Tim, Councillor Kerry, Councillor James, myself. Those against? Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim. Councillor Bill, sorry. Motion's carried. Motion is carried, so Councillor Gary can come back in the room. Thanks, Angelo. Appreciate that. That's the first motion. The second motion, we've recorded the division of that. The second motion is item number 4, which is review of works on road permit, fees and charges. Okay, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to move an alternate motion for this.
Councillor Edwina has an alternate motion. Wendy's just saving that. Certainly keeping you busy today, Wendy. You're doing a terrific job. Thank you. Do appreciate Councillor sending this through earlier. Thank you, Councillor Edwina. You notified that. That's a great help. So, Councillor Edwina, happy for you to read that out. You might make that amendment for this one as well.
And Wendy, sorry, I'd like the second point to go online to remain, which was from the original motion.
Okay. The second point, which was to adopt the fees and charges.
Was it, to go online? Oh no, that was for the, sorry, please disregard that. This motion is that Council defer item 4, review of works on road permit, fees and charges to the June 2025 committee meeting to allow time to consult with persons who made submissions during the public consultation phase properly.
Okay, we're going to move her. Second. Okay, do we have a second for that motion? Second to Councillor Trevor. Councillor Carroll, is it a question or debate?
Mr Chair, probably a question / statement. Council does not confer and concur with people on fees and charges. We set fees and charges to recover money for our organisation. I have never seen council in any form consult with the community on fees and charges.
Interim CEO, happy for you to make comment on that particular, and it may be a change in the wording that's required for that.
I think a change of wording would be necessary. In a regulatory sense, I don't believe you can't consult on fees and charges, but I agree, Councillor Carroll, you don't usually consult on fees and charges. They're set by council. So.
If I could just say on this one or another thing, so it would be very, very difficult to close.
If I suggest a drafting to the alternate motion, Councillor Edwina, the Council defer item 4, review of works on road permit fees and charges to the June 2025 committee meeting to allow further time to consider stakeholder views. So it's not consulting, it's only considering the views of stakeholders. I think that would take Councillor Carroll's point on board.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with that.
Councillor Edwina, you're comfortable with that? Okay. Who was the seconder? Trevor, you're comfortable with that? Okay. Any other further questions in regard to this? Any need to go to debate? If not, we'll put the motion. Motion before you is that the Council defer item 4, review of works on road permit, fees and charges to the June 2025 committee meeting to allow further time to consider stakeholder views. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? We have a declarable conflict of interest in this, so we will record this one as well. So those in favour? We still need to record it. Sorry? Easier to say who's against. Oh, well, okay. Those against? Okay. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bill. Comfortable with that? Okay. Let's then move to the next one, which Councillor Rebecca, you'll leave for this one. Thank you. The third motion is item number 5, which is the Toowoomba Region Aerodrome Advisory Committee appointment of committee members. The motion is of last week. Gary, you're leaving the room as well.
The aerodrome.
No, just hold on a minute. This is the advisory committee members. This isn't the review. This isn't the one we had that you've declared for. You happy to move it? So let's just pause for a minute here, Councillor Gary. You do have an opportunity here to declare a declarable conflict of interest. This is about members who will be appointed on the advisory committee for the Toowoomba City Aerodrome, or Toowoomba Aerodrome.
I thought that's what I declared last time, the conflict of interest, with anything to do with the airport, yeah. It's a prescribed.
That was the review item.
That was for the review of the aerodrome, so that's when we get to corporate services. Okay. That's another one. This is the advisory committee.
Okay.
So...
I'll leave it up to you guys.
Okay, so declare that you could have an interest. So, Councillor Gary, on the list of those who are nominated to be appointed, I'm asking this question on behalf of councillors, is there someone on that list or someone who didn't make the list that was submitted as you deem as a close associate or related party?
I haven't even seen the list.
Okay, it would be worth your while to do that, councillors, and can I just move to adjourn for 2 minutes, councillors? Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor James. During that time, Councillor Gary, if you could get some advice in regard to who's on that list, just to cover yourself and elsewhere. Those in favour to adjourn? Motion's carried. Thanks.
No need to
Mel, can you just... Sorry. Thank you, councillors. Appreciate that. So we are on the matter in regard to the Aerodrome Advisory Committee. That's the matter that we're talking on the moment. It's item number 5. Councillor Gary, I'll go to you.
Yeah, I'll declare a conflict of interest there. I know the people involved and I will leave the meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. We'll make note of that and the reasons that you have left the meeting. We do appreciate it. It's good. We will then go to the motion that Council appoint the 5 community members as noted in confidential attachment 6 to the Toowoomba Region Advisory Committee meeting and that these names be made public, and 2, that the unsuccessful applicant for appointment to the Toowoomba Region Advisory Committee be thanked for submitting an expression of interest. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. So I guess we record that as unanimous decision. That's fine, Mendy. And we can bring Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary back in. Thanks, James. Just around the corner there, to the back door. There we are. Thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Gary, Councillor Rebecca. All right. So we then move, councillors, to 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committees, of which there are 3 items. Does anyone wish to pull any items out? Councillor James, you wish to pull out an item?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. 8.4, please, of which is item 5, sorry.
Item 5?
Yes, the request for sponsorship International Street Fiesta 2025.
Okay, well, we'll deal with that separately. Councillor Carroll, you indicated to pull something? Same item. Councillor Bill, you indicated to pull something?
Item 4.
Item 4?
Toowoomba Carnival Flowers.
Okay, well, we might deal with these in the item that they appear on the agenda. Councillor Trevor, you indicated you wanted to pull something?
Same with Councillor Bill.
Same with Councillor Bill. Okay. So we've got an item number 3 is the only item that there is left. So the first motion will be that the report of the Environment Community Committee dated 9 April 2025 be received, and with the exception of items numbers 4 and 5, the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We then move to item number 4. Councillor Bill, I'll hand over to you.
Look, unless people want to debate, I'm voting against the motion as per committee and would like to stay with the officer's recommendation. That's
okay. So you're indicating that you'd like to vote against. So basically, you've pulled it to vote against and record the vote. Is that?
And unless Councillor Trevor would like to debate, but
okay. Okay, that's all right. So Councillor James, you indicated you're moving the committee recommendation. Councillor Bill's indicated he's voting against it, which is fine. You're seconding that. So moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Now we will read that so there's clarity on everything that's going on here. It's item number 4, request for sponsorship, the Chronicle Garden Competition 2025, that 1, council approves sponsorship of the Toowoomba Chronicle Garden Competition 2025 to the value of $54,006, comprising of $28,000 cash and $26,006 in kind. And 2, a sponsorship agreement between Council and the Toowoomba Hospital Foundation be executed by the Chief Executive Officer in respect of the Chronicle Garden Competition. We've got a mover in Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Any need to go into debate? Councillor Trevor, you want to go into debate?
Yeah, just want to get clarity on a couple things.
So difference here is, do you want to go into debate or do you want a question around clarification of something?
Clarification, please.
Okay.
What was the officer's recommendation for the Toowoomba Chronicle Garden Competition, if anyone's in the room?
Wendy will be able to pull that up if
Thanks.
if possible. It might take a couple of.
That's all right. And I'd also like clarity around what the Chronicle is putting in. Last year, the question was asked here. There was no answer. I asked the question at the committee meeting last week. No answer. I'm asking the question today, what they are putting into it. I know they're avid watchers on here. I want to know, and if they can publish something to say what is the Chronicle putting into the Chronicle Garden Competition, it would be greatly appreciated, not only by this room, but everyone out in the public.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. I might ask the interim CEO to answer that question, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, it'll be a non-answer. I don't actually have that information available to provide to council.
A lot of people don't seem to have that
Any
answer.
information that council has would be held in confidence by the Chronicle, by the proponent. So I'll take it as a statement made to others for a request of disclosure that council's not able to make.
I know it's the heart and soul of the whole Carnival of Flowers thing, because without that, we've got no Carnival of Flowers. But I just want a little bit of clarity around the whole matter.
Well, you haven't got that clarity other than the more fulsome recommendation that was from the committee, noting that there was a confidential part of this item as well that was discussed, and that was the recommendation.
Okay, it may be confidential, is it? No, it's not.
That was the request, Councillor Trevor.
Yeah, thank you. It just gives clarity too.
That's fine.
Thank you.
That's okay. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Any need to go into debate? Councillor Kerry, you've got a question?
I just see clarification. I had raised last week the fact that there was no information about visitor numbers supplied for the previous year. My question is, will that be addressed this year in terms of the requirement of the foundation to supply those numbers?
A short answer from the interim CEO is yes. Okay, any more clarification required? If not, any need to go into debate? If not, we've got a mover in Councillor James, seconder and Councillor Carroll. Those in favour of the motion? Okay, there was no declarations. That's Councillor Bill against. Those against? Like your recorded, vote recorded, Councillor Bill. Thank you. Okay, that's item 4. Now, Councillor James, I'll go to item number 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to put forward a motion, which, Wendy, sorry not to keep you hopping. Do you have that per chance that I sent through last week? So, Mayor, yeah, so councillors, that's what I'm proposing, a motion that one council put a sponsorship of the Street Fiesta 2025 to value of 40,000 exclusive of GST, comprising of 36,110 cash and 3,890 in kind, and then but then also that's the motion. I'm happy to speak to it if need to, Mayor.
All right, I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Okay, James. I wouldn't mind you reading the whole motion, actually, if you could.
Yep, thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to do so. So, councillors, I put forward that council approves sponsorship of the International Street Fiesta 2025 to value of $40,000, exclusive of GST, comprising of $36,110 cash and $3,890 in-kind support. Item 2 of the recommendation is a sponsorship agreement between Toowoomba International Multicultural Society Incorporated and Council be executed by the Chief Executive Officer regarding the International Street Fiesta 2025 that appropriately captures increased quantitative and qualitative assessment of the sponsorship. And 3, Council give consideration during the formulation of future budgets to the inclusion of $30,000 for the 2026 International Street Fiesta and $25,000 for the 2027 International Street Fiesta.
Thanks, Councillor James. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor James, thank you for bringing this up. We approved last week 25 and you've upped it to 40. Do you have any idea? Usually they'd tell us specifically where the funds are going. Do you have any specifics on that?
Well, thanks, Councillor McMahon. I suppose the simple answer to that is that it's funds that's required to ensure the event happens. So around infrastructure and around everything, every other cost that comes with it, through budgets that were provided through the committee meeting that we had last week, sort of had outlined what the funds are required for. So I think that's all detailed in that. But again, as I said, just to answer, I guess wholesomely, it's more or less a lot of it goes into infrastructure and costings to ensure the event can go ahead.
Thank you. I've got some more questions. Councillor Trevor, Edwina and Councillor Kerry.
When this came to committee last week, I did vote in favour of the 25,000. Obviously, there's been other things happen in the last week. Do you know, Councillor James, how broad they cast the net to secure funding? Like, I can think of 2 places. Oakey Abattoir, JBS, big employers of international visitors to this country via visas and whatever else. Have those companies been asked? Do you know? Because it is a fair bit of money. It is above, and yes, we just voted on a resolution to go above what the officer's recommendation was. But do you know any of those answers?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Trevor. Through you, Mayor, I asked similar questions of the organisation I have in the past. The information they've told me is that they have cast the net wide in terms of sponsorship and other funding arrangements. So there are other funding arrangements that happen with this. But I think to your point, that's probably one of the key. That's one of the key things I took out of our committee meeting last week. There was absolutely a desire for council to support this event. There's absolutely a desire that council wants to see it go ahead, but there needs to be sustainability from Tim's moving into the future. So that's a conversation that I think was heard loud and clear last week, and I was quite encouraged by. I think they sent which we all would have received, an email from the committee, and in their own words, which was quite encouraging, was that in the next few years we are working very, very hard at sustainability for the future, which will mean though. So in terms of who exactly they have approached, you mentioned a few businesses. If they are listening, there might be a couple of good targets if they haven't, but I think that's the best way I could answer that. Councillor Manteifel.
Thank you, James.
Thanks, Trevor. Thank you, James. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor James. Just a question in relation to the additional funding. We're looking at increasing the budget by 15,000. Do you have any idea, and this might be for the CEO or General Manager, where those funds would sort of come from?
I'm happy to start, and then if I need any input, and what I'm basing this on is what I heard last week through committee. I think it was pretty clear when Officer Darryl Bates, when this question was asked, I think from Councillor Melissa, I believe it was, who asked this exact question, and it's obviously a valid one. And the answer essentially was that obviously it will have to come from somewhere in that community development tourism facilities budget. So yes, there will be something else within that will be minus 15,000 to come up with this shortfall. That's the reality of it. But the question I ask, I suppose, and I've thought about that a lot, and that probably comes to the terms of why I've put forward in this motion for it to be reduced, though, but is that I guess it comes down for an individual decision for each of us. Where do we see the priority? Do we think there's a priority for this to receive an additional 15,000 above what it was budgeted for? And I just want to be clear, as I said last week, with the officers, completely understand the position that they put forward, because that's what's been budgeted in the past. But we did give them 40 last year, so I think this gives a bit more surety of it moving forward for everyone involved.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just in relation to seeking clarification, I note that Toowoomba is a well-known refugee welcoming city, and we talk about that a lot, and it's important that we make our actions, like spending money where our mouth is, in my view. Bearing that in mind, I note that you're foreshadowing the desire to restrict the funding in the future for the reasons that you mentioned before, that you wish the organisation to run its function on a more sustainable basis. But do you see, with your discussions or emails that you've had with the festival organisers, whether or not that sends a message of a negative message in terms of their willingness to provide the festival in the future? In other words, will it be a downer in terms of their considerations?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shine. Yeah, and I suppose that's a question that each of us individually has to answer when we decide how we want to vote on this. I think what it does do is it provides clarity and a pathway forward for all parties, and that's probably councillors when I've looked at this to try and achieve. One, by having the inclusion there, a formulation of future budgets for that inclusion of that amount, that then gives us a baseline, obviously, when we start budgeting towards the next 2 years with it, but also it gives Tim's a large lead in time of knowing this is the amount of money that has been budgeted for this moving forward, and now you have until that period of time to obviously be able to seek other methods of, if it's reshaping, reimagining, if it's finding further sponsorship or whatever it may be. So I think we need to, and I think there's a fair indication, obviously, of where this item sat when we went through it in committee. It was 5-all. So there's obviously a desire there for it to be supported, but I read the room as a desire there where there needs to be further work done from the Tim's side of things to make themselves sustainable and to be able to ensure the longevity of the event. And that's why I feel, moving forward, this is a good compromise and an opportunity where we give clear clarity for our officers, but also for the organising committee so they can plan around sponsorships, applications for other funding, knowing that this is what council is considering in its formulation of future budgets is those figures across the next 2 years, because I think there has to be an element of this where one, council does its bit to help the event be a success, but then also needs to be that side through Tim's. And as I said, I'm encouraged by an email that we all received the other day where they spoke about a desire to make themselves more sustainable as well, to ensure the longevity of the event.
Thanks. Does that answer your question, Councillor Kerry?
Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions in regard to this? We have a mover of Councillor James, a seconder of Councillor Carroll. Any need to go into debate? Councillor Bill, like to go into debate. Councillor James, as the mover, would you like to say anything?
I'll reserve my right to sum
That's
up,
fine.
Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate Councillor James putting forward the motion with a sliding scale, if you like, of dependency on council funding. And for all the reasons he's mentioned, I do see the logic in his reasoning. However, this group's been around for a while, quite a while, and dependency on council funding their event comes at the cost of other groups losing their funding within a defined budget with environment community, and that's that part of the directorate. So from an equity point of view, if we're going to talk about sustainability and be reasonable about that, it might only be 15K, but across another group's dependency to facilitate their activities, that's a considerable amount that they could see a reduction in their budget to run their events or their community program or, and there are quite a considerable number of those. And newer organisations or bodies or entities that need council's help. So for that reason, I can't support this, and that's the reason why I supported the officers' recommendation last week, because they put a recommendation working within the constraints of council's existing budget, and I'm sure they considered an equity point of view from other groups and their need for council support. So that's the reason why I can't support it. I support the community, the multicultural community, but I can't support an ongoing dependence over and above a staff recommendation on sustainable budget and getting them to be independent.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. A speaker in favour of the motion. Any speaker in favour of the motion? If not, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think, it would be good for all these organisations to be independent, but at the end of the day, the importance of them to our community, I think, comes back to us to do some sort of a support. Councillor Kerry has mentioned we're a refugee welcome zone. We're not just that, we're a city of peace and harmony. And actually, under the United Nations, that's actually so. Each month, we know how many new residents we have here because we have record numbers of new citizens coming through our council down here. This group, I believe the federal government has actually cast them aside. They bring them here, and then it's only through the support of groups like Tim's and others in our community who surround them and help them to adapt and to connect with other areas of our community. Groups like Tim's running this particular event, the Street Fiesta, which was the multicultural festival, actually helps every community to present their culture, i.e. foods, dance, dress and all those sorts of things, which in turn helps allows those groups to connect with their own community and connect with the wider community. So thereby, having more acceptance and more welcoming attitude from the wider community. I think there'll always be need for this festival, and every single multicultural group that wants to be represented is invited and represented at this street fiesta. For that, I think it's of great importance to our community, and I don't see the time when it won't need... Toowoomba City Council actually started this event many years ago, and it's morphed into something that's become so important to those groups. So I think it really is important that we support it to some. I agree with what Councillor James has put forward, and hopefully some of the suggestions around this table might allow them a pathway to go forward to be... I don't see them as... I think we should always support it to some amount, but it gives them a pathway to become more self-sufficient. I think it's very important that we support this event. I think it's an important message to send to our cultural groups and also to our wider community. And for that reason, I do support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Another speaker against the motion? If there's no speaker against the motion, Councillor James, if you'd like to sum up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks to Councillor Carroll for her words, and as well as Councillor Carl. And Councillor Carl, I know I agree with pretty much everything that you've said. I understand the point of view. I want to make that really clear. And again, like I said last week, I know as well, obviously, it's an event that you do support, so I'd hope that it wouldn't be portrayed or thought of in any way in regards to that. But the reasons you provided for being against this motion are quite sound. By the same token, why I see the opportunity to support this, as I sort of mentioned through the questioning, and I think I probably summed it all up in the answers of those questions, because they were the key questions I asked myself when I decided what I thought was the best way forward with this. What I hope this does is demonstrates the opportunity to give Tim's the certainty and surety to ensure the event goes ahead this year to the tune of that value, which Council, to be honest, is the same amount that we gave them last year. So it's not an increase in terms of the figure and what we had last year. But secondly, as well, it's that opportunity for them into the future, and for us as a council in the future around those numbers, with that particular potentially consideration during the formulation of future budgets of those figures, gives them that opportunity and surety around what they do moving forward with it into the future. And the last thing I'd say with it as well, I think it's really, really important when we're talking about any sort of funding or value with council and different departments, and it's something I know that we're all passionate about, and we're one council. So we are one council, and by that I mean it's not necessarily just funds that have to come out of community development, tourism facilities, it's council funds. So funds across the organisation, if we see that this is a priority to be able to fund this, because we are certainly one council. So I think that's something to consider. And at the end of the day, for me, when I looked at this, and as I said, it is a hard decision because I agree with everything that Councillor Carl has said. It comes down to each of us as an individual. Do we see this as a priority for the additional $15,000 above what we recommended last year? So do we see a priority across council, considering what I said before as one council, of $15,000 to ensure that this event goes ahead this year, but then at the same time sets them on a clear path and direction forward of this is what it's going to look like into the future, so that we can budget and we can consider all of those other options like Councillor Carl mentioned before around other groups and other opportunities for funding. So councillors, I thank you for considering this, respect the outcome of wherever it ends, but those are the reasons why I've put forward this position. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor James. So we have the motion before you, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Those against? Like your vote recorded, Bill? Councillor Bill? No. That motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. We then move, councillors, to corporate services, item 8.5, of which there are 6 items, items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 9. Noting, of course, that we do have prescribed conflict of interest for Councillor Gardner and a declarable conflict of interest for Councillor Vonhoff for item number 7. It will be dealt with separately. Is there anything else that anyone would like to separately? Councillor Rebecca.
Can we please pull out item number 9?
Item number 9. Councillor, will there be a need to go into confidential, or is it simply for voting?
Simply for voting.
Okay, thank you. We'll respect that. Any other items, councillors, that need to be, or anyone would like removed for separate discussion? If not, then we move to the first motion. The first motion will be as follows: that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 9 April 2025 be received, and with the exception of items 7 and 9, the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Our second motion then will be item number 7, and I ask Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca if you wouldn't mind moving the room for this one. We'll do item 7 and then we'll do item 9. So item 7, councillors, for information as we move into that, and those watching online, is the Toowoomba City Aerodrome Review. Hence to say Councillor Gary and Councillor Vonhoff have left the room for discussion and voting on this matter. Councillors, I don't propose to read the 5 motions out unless you desperately want me to. The motion's there before you. There's 5 parts. It's as per the committee recommendation. Councillor Tim, move. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We can bring Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca in. Thanks, James. Thanks, Councillor James. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Thanks, everyone. Okay, then we will go to item number 9. Now, hopefully, Wendy, you've had the time in which to get that motion forward so we can have it on the screen for us. So that Councillor Gary won't be too far away. So this item is item number 9. It is confidential, and as Councillor Rebecca has indicated, the reason she's pulled this is simply to vote her way in regard to that, is the consideration of request for a rate concession. Welcome back, Councillor Gary. Wait for you to be seated and then we'll put the call for a mover of the motion. We'll just get it up on the screen, Councillor Tim, if you don't mind. Thank you, Wendy. Coming through now. Brilliant. Thank you, Wendy. The motion is that Council not grant the request as detailed in the confidential report titled Consideration of Request for a Concession for the Rates and Charges issued 7 February 2025 and beyond. Councillor Tim, moved. Councillor Trevor, second. Those in favour? Those against? Like your vote recorded. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa. Record their votes, and everyone else was in favour. Wendy, thank you. Thank you, councillors. We then move to item 8.6, Economic Development Committee. The motion before us, councillors, is pretty straightforward, that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 9 April 2025 be received. Councillor Edwina, move. Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we move then to item number 9, and I welcome Anne-Marie Johnson, GM of Corporate Services. This is item 9, the monthly financial performance statement. And again, welcome to you, Anne-Marie. Question? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bill's just recorded. He's leaving the room momentarily. Thank you. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. I'm presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of March 2025 as required by Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. So the reports that you've received, the Consolidated Financial Performance Statement, key capital projects by group, disaster recovery funding arrangements, and the confidential monthly investment report. So this is a quarterly reporting period. We've also included the sustainability statement and the capital works program. So in attachment 1, the consolidated financial performance statement, you can see that income is currently 788,000 over the revised budget. So that's a less than 1% favourable variance, which is attributable to fees and charges. And also interest received below budget by 166,000. That's just a timing difference with no long-term variance anticipated. Operational expenditure tracking favourably below budget with a variance of 814,000, and again less than 1% variance there, and that's mainly attributed to materials and services. Looking at capital, there's just the sale of assets, which is above budget by 5.1 million due to land sales, which were settled after the budget review process, so they hadn't been included in the budget. So that will be a variance that we will take through to the 30th of June. And capital expenditure tracking at 16% or, 16 million or 13% below budget. The Treasury report that has also been provided, councillors, shows our very healthy cash position at this time, with the cash expense cover ratio at 8.24 months. That's against the state government target of greater than 2 months. So total unrestricted cash is 236 million. So we went through these reports in detail yesterday at an information session, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate that. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Tim?
Chair, thank you. Good morning, Anne-Marie. I would like to ask in the public forum, we have a 5.7 million forecast deficit. A large part of that in our expenditure is the materials, services and other expenditure. That had an original budget of 114 mil and a revised of 126. I also note your year-to-date we're 760 grand above budget. So I just wanted to comment from you on how we're tracking with MSOE in line for 30th of June.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, councillor. So the variance that we've reported on in today's report, so that variance in materials and services to the 31st of March is currently under review. So what we're looking at is if it's a timing difference or is it over and above what's in the budget, and I'll be able to give you more information on that one. And I can assure councillors that the executive leadership team, are striving to turn around that $5.7 million deficit that we have adopted as part of the budget review process, and it's not our intent to finish with a deficit. Operating deficits are not sustainable for any organisation, and it's certainly not our intent. We're working closely with the review of all expenditure occurring between now and right up to the 30th of June. We want to ensure that we continue to deliver essential services to our community, but anything that we can, that's discretionary, that we are able to consider that and defer or not do it.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. And could I just say, Chair, I know very well the work you and your team have put in to make it the best possible situation we can be, and I welcome that question on notice at the appropriate time. But Chair, I'm happy to move if there are no further questions.
Councillor Tim, moved by Councillor Tim, seconded. Anyone? Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate that very much. We move then to item number 10, which is the Interim CEO's monthly report. Colin, you're going flying solo on this one? Okay.
Thanks, Chair. We'll just call up on screen the paper regarding the action tracker. from the 16 November 2021 ordinary meeting regarding the organisational cultural review. I'm pleased to note that all of the items as at this report have now been closed out. So unless there's any questions on the report, happy to note that it's finally closed out and it won't be reported on further.
Thanks, Colin. Any questions, councillors, in regard to this? I guess, Colin, just an observation is that it's a great effort to get to this point. Councillors have been working through this for a number of years now. What this doesn't signify is the end. This is actually the continuation of business as usual, and that's what gets reported monthly. Those reports come through. So thank you on behalf of the team here for getting us to this point. The motion there before us, councillors, is that the interim CEO's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we move then to item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report. I'll take that as read, councillors. Obviously, there's a fair bit happened since that time with the Olympic venue announcement, obviously, in Paralympics. Noting that the letter that was sent to the Minister, Honourable Andrew Powell, in regard to the koala conservation and habitat mapping has instigated a further meeting that will take place, which is positive. Yuan Chang, which is our relationship city in China, had a visit. The federal election campaign from LGAQ, Don't Leave Us in the 70s, is pertinent, and a letter will be sent to each of the federal candidates this afternoon in regard to those things and others. Councillors will review that in the not too distant future. Lessons learned from the State Recovery Coordinator and Deputy Recover Coordinator. It was fantastic to have them in town. Toowoomba Marathon, of course, coming up. Leveraging Working Group and the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast coming up. Any questions in regard to any of those things? If not, so Councillor Rebecca moved that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Seconder? Seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Our councillors, we do move to item 12, and item 12.0, which we've added to the list, is a matter that was deferred from the previous ordinary meeting of council. And I'd ask if we can, if we need time, we will do that, to adjourn for a brief moment. It looks like Wendy's got the motion that was deferred. Needs a little bit of cut and pasting, but I'll hand over to Colin to introduce. Thanks, Colin.
So, councillors, I refer to the last ordinary meeting. Councillor Gary introduced a motion which was subsequently deferred to this meeting, such that the CEO could provide councillors a transcript of the relevant sections of the meeting's Infrastructure Services Group Committee meeting of 3 December 2024 and the ordinary council meeting of 10 December 2024. Those transcripts have been provided to councillors by email from myself last week. I've forgotten the day, sorry, last week. So you should have actually already received those, had opportunity to review them. There is still the matter of the deferred motion. I don't believe that at the time it was seconded, but I just have to confirm that. So I believe Councillor Gary moved it, wasn't seconded, was deferred, such a transcript could be available. Transcripts have been provided. It is now open to council to deal with the deferred motion, should it get a seconder. Equally, to potentially as a way forward, an amended motion could be put, which actually would take the transcripts of those relevant sections referring to the subordinate local law 1.15 and substitute those into those two meeting minutes. The Infrastructure Services Group Committee meeting, 3 December, and the ordinary meeting of 10 December. We could put that much up, Wendy, while you're then still working. This is my delay in getting it to Wendy, not Wendy's ability on the keyboard, just for the record. So the intent would be that at the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting of 3 December, you considered item number 3, review of subordinate local law number 1.15, carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation, 2020. Similarly, you considered that committee's recommendation then at the ordinary meeting of 10 December 2024. As I've mentioned, you've been provided the transcripts. We're just trying to cut and paste them into this as a suggestion. With that, Mayor, I think I need to stop because I can't provide any further guidance.
No, that's good, and it brings us to where. So the motion was to defer for the CEO to provide transcripts. That's what this is now done. So, Councillor Gary, that's in regard to your motion that was deferred for the last period of time. Is that a motion that covers off on what you're requesting?
Yeah, it's. I think that's what we discussed. Yeah.
Okay. So if that is the case, the transcript will go into the motion.
Correct.
And there is a transcript. That's right.
Yes.
Okay, and that will go in as is. So I just want councillors to be completely clear on what we're voting on here.
Not in track changes.
Not in track changes, yeah, right. That's it. That's more likely. And that was provided, this was provided to councillors last week. Okay, so therefore, we've got a motion before us that will include that. The council amends the minutes and what have you. It's all written there. I don't need to talk to that through again. So, Councillor Gary, you're comfortable with that motion? It was your motion originally. We deferred it. You're comfortable to move that motion?
Yeah. Same. Yeah. I'll move.
Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Are there any questions, councillors? Any need to go into debate? Therefore, the motion there, moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Carroll, I put. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Wendy, and Colin, thank you again for your assistance in getting that to the table. Item number 12.1, Councillor Menteifel. This is regarding road development concepts. I'll hand over to you, and more than happy for you to read that once Wendy gets that up on screen, if you like.
Okay, I'll just wait for Wendy to get it up on screen. That will make more sense then. Okay, the motion is that Council, number 1, fund the development of concepts and preliminary business case on improved road network outcomes around the Wellcamp State School area, including the intersections of the Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road, to assist in Queensland State Government advocacy for road funding. And 2, fund the development of concepts and preliminary business case on improved road network outcomes around Worth Road, Toowoomba Speedway area, and the junction of the Warrego Highway. And if you could scroll up, please. Thank you. To assist in the Queensland State Government and Australian Federal Government advocacy for road funding.
Yeah. Just hold fire 1 minute, Councillor Trevor, because there was a slight amendment that was sent through.
Yes.
To Wendy, and Wendy's making sure we have the right one.
Okay. Yeah, there was a slight amendment.
There was a slight amendment, that's right. Okay, so that was... Okay, so Councillor Trevor.
Yes.
It's the amended one.
Yes,
that
we
we're
will be
talking
voting
about,
on.
which is the yellow one.
Yellow one.
Council provide funding to support the following road development concepts and preliminary business cases in the 25-26 budget.
Which is crucial.
1, improved road network outcomes around the Wellcamp State School area, including intersections off Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road, to assist in advocacy for road funding to Queensland state and federal governments. And 2, improved road network outcomes around Worth Road, Toowoomba Speedway and the junction of the Warrego Highway to assist in advocacy for road funding to Queensland state and federal governments. You're happy to move that?
I am happy to move that, Mr Mayor.
I think it was indicated Councillor Rebecca was seconding that. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to that motion? Councillor Kerry, you've got a question?
Has any inquiry been made as to the cost of carrying out those preparation of that business case?
Yes, there
Happy
has.
for you to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Trevor.
For part 1, they believe it's going to be up to that $50,000, and part 2 around that $30,000. But I do believe it's crucial, the Wellcamp one and the Worth Road one, absolutely crucial, because there's been deaths around that Wellcamp area there on Acton Vale Road.
Okay, no, we've answered the question. Councillor Tim, you had a question?
Look, similar, but I'll take it one step further. I suppose early on in my career in this room, I was also under the impression you could just add things into the budget, noting that our capital commitments are probably fairly highly scrutinised 3 years in advance. So I suppose there is a representative from ISG here where we can find the $100,000 or so in our next year's budget. Is that something that's possible? I'd actually like an officer comment, please.
So, Eric, given this is a motion with notice, hopefully you've been made aware of it.
Yeah, I have been made aware of it. This would be operational funding because it's only preliminary planning and development of a business case. So that would be in the operational area, and as you were discussing before, it will be tight. So ideally this be on top of the budget, but that would be MSOE, but it'll be in the operational space, not in the capital space.
That's your question, Tim?
It's been answered, thanks.
Good. Councillor Kerry, you had a subsequent question?
Yeah, if I could ask the Eric whether or not, from his experience, we've been successful, or the degree of success or otherwise of similar requests in the past.
Uncertain as to what the question really is. We've been able to develop business cases, etc., in the past, and they have been used by the state government. We've been able to use it to lobby the state government to lobby for funding. I haven't been heavily involved, so I couldn't give you my personal experience of recent experiences here in Toowoomba. However, I am aware that the more information you can provide to the state government with options adds a much greater weight than just saying, hey, there's a problem here, when you're offering possible solutions.
That's your question.
Well, I suppose just to clarify, one assumes that we put up a funding request to the state and the federal governments as a matter of course, but I take it that we don't have, well, today anyway, we're not cognizant of whether or not we've been successful in making specific requests of this nature in the past, other than in the normal course that we make representations.
Eric, is there anything more you'd like to add for that?
Just a thought that it's also used for funding applications that we put in, and we've been very successful with funding applications to various funding bodies, be that through the different funding opportunities that arise either federally or through the state.
Thanks. Councillor Trevor, you had a question?
And more a comment.
Comment? As long as you don't go into debate.
No, I don't think it'll be a debate. Condamine member Pat Weir was in a meeting that we did have with a constituent out in the Wellcamp area, and he's fully aware of it. And I think with him on side, plus other 2 local members, we can get something happening here. But thanks, Eric, for his comment.
Councillor Bill and Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, my question's sort of around the prioritisation or the need or the thought around bringing this as a single item of planning additional to operational budget, albeit operational. It's still, we've got to find it from somewhere. Is there black spot priorities around this, or can someone please explain the priority of why this would come as a separate item to council? Why would it gain precedence over a program that we already have in place that's gone through a prioritisation model that's, if something goes in, something goes out, that's the context of the budget we've got to work within. So someone can explain that to me in a bit more detail, I'd be appreciative.
That's sure. Then I go to Eric, happy to, or Trevor, if you've got a comment on it. If not, I can refer to the seconder, Mrs. Rebecca.
Particularly with the well camp issue, there's been 2 deaths out there in the last 12 to 18 months. Yes, if we can get this up, obviously it could get supported, I hope, 100% with black spot funding. But to me, 2 deaths is an indicator that something's not working right in that area. We've got the new airport out that way. How much traffic is involved in that? Every time we read a paper, there's another development going out there, so that's more and more cars using that road. Currently, it is not a safe situation with Actonvale Road, Wellcamp Westbrook Road and Dubell Road. Lots of issues there. Anyway, am I raving on?
You're approaching almost like a summing up of your debate, if we get to it.
Sorry.
So, Eric, you had nothing more to add? So the question really was in around prioritisation. How does this come to council as a separate thing? That's your question. And sticking to the answer, Councillor Rebecca, I'm happy for you to answer Councillor Bill's question as to, you're the seconder of the motion.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. To answer that question, I think it will verge into debate. And so that makes it difficult to answer that question, Councillor Bill. I think that GM Mike Brady was involved in all the meetings and also in the drafting of the motion. And so to try and answer that without going into debate, I think the answer that the General Manager could give would be that the reality is that he used to have a sizable planning budget for these kinds of bodies of work, and that those budgets don't exist anymore. And the added reality is that planning for work is really, we're at the point where we're just doing emergent work. So this is undeniably an attempt to reprioritise where the operational budget is spent. And the reasons for doing so can be spelt out during the debate.
Good, thank you. Councillor, sorry, I'll go back to you, Councillor Bill, given it was your question.
Yeah, so given that the GM's been in the discussion, am I hearing correctly that this is a bid for additional budget by bringing a separate item to council?
I think that would be an assumption that anyone could make. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that the GM was invited to the meeting with Pat Weir and yourselves to discuss it. So the invite came externally from Council. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. These matters have been on the go for a long time. It's not the first time, and it might have been nice to be invited to a meeting. I just wanted to make comment that the intersection with Acton Vale Road and the Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road is under the jurisdiction of TMR. So we also have the southern end of the O'Mara's Road still to be developed into a 4-lane road, so there's still funds to be found for that. There are many things I want to state, and we cannot, like it seems that everybody else except ISG has to ask for more budget, but when operational budget is mentioned for ISG, they're supposed to cut the cloth. But I think that if we want this to be done, we have to allocate extra budget to ISG to do this work. I think I think $50,000, as has been mentioned, is on the lower side of what it will take to develop this. And with the capacity that is there at the moment and more work being added, I really do wonder at how this comes in and jumps over. There are already plans over Jubal Road and other areas out there. It's not like there hasn't been work done or forward planning done on those. So I hesitate to support this because I worry about where it's come from and why it's jumped the queue. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. I respect that. Are there any other questions, councillors, in regard to this? Councillor Trevor?
Just a comment, that 50,000 did come from GM Mike. That was the figure he nominated.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So we have a mover of Councillor Trevor. We have a seconder of Councillor Rebecca. Is there any need to go into debate? There's need to go into debate. Councillor Trevor, as the mover of the motion, happy for you to open up the debate.
Okay, I'll carry on from where I left off before. Thank you very much. There are a number of intersections, particularly in the Wellcamp area there, Acton Vale Road, Wellcamp Westbrook Road, the Wellcamp School in particular, you got Jubel Road, all those, yes, we have to work with the state. And the only way we can work with the state to get changes done there, yes, O'Mara's Road, because it is a busy road, and it's getting busier by the day with the airport out there. You got people going to JBS, you got so much activity out there, you got Boeing going out there, we've got the recycled steel plant happening there, all those types of things. So it is a nightmare out there. The locals really want something to change and access onto Cecil Plains Road to change. And also with part 2 of that, the Speedway area there, big local entity, brings lots of people to town, lots of money getting spent there. So yeah, I wholeheartedly support it. And it may be jumping the queue, but it needs to happen.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Whilst I support the notion of proper planning, absolutely. We see a lot of last-minute planning, unfortunately, but so I do support proper planning. However, we need to go through a correct process for that. It's not about coming around the side door and asking for additional money over your budget and claiming it's a priority. If it's a priority, it should be in the budget straight up. I'm considering the other GMs and directorates in saying that. What will we be considering if other GMs choose to do the same thing in this room as single items of business? We have a process. We have a budget. That's my only reasoning that I can't support a standalone item, regardless of whatever directorate it comes out of. There's a proper due process for us to adhere to. Yeah, that's why I can't support it. I support the concept of planning. In fact, I'm an advocate for proper planning, but it's got to go through the correct process. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bill. Speaker in favour, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks, colleagues. I'd say I completely understand, Councillor Bill, where you're coming from. And I have to say, when we have the conversations with the General Manager about what does this look like for you, our hearts probably sank a bit when he said we'd need a direction from Council because we don't have the budget for this. Because the reality is that the works that we're doing with roads at the moment are only scratching the surface of what is absolutely emergent works. And we hear that all the time. We all know it. That's why we're all trying to get additional funding, particularly from the federal government, but also the state government to help with funding the roads. So then it comes down to us as councillors to set the priority and the direction of this council. And I'll tell you why you should support it, both for two reasons. It's in keeping with what we want to do with economic development, and it's also in keeping with what we want to do on road safety. And that applies to both parts of this motion. If we look at part one of the motion, there is huge amounts of economic development happening around O'Mara Road, Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road, Wellcamp Westbrook Road and Dewbell Road. That area is booming for business. There's added extra heavy trucks on the road as a result of that, and Councillor Taylor knows about the plans to progress those roadworks. But there's paralysis at the moment because the state government really needs the local government to move this along. That's just the reality of it. And we can say the state should do this and feds should do this, but ultimately it's still sitting with us. And we've got a Wellcamp State School there with issues about road safety that we all know about, and they've been raised with all of us. So we can either try to do something about it, or we can stay in stasis and wait for something to change. On the second part of the motion, with the Toowoomba Speedway and Worth Road, again, we all know about the issues on the road there, and we are waiting again for development to happen in that space so that that road is upgraded. Now, that might be 10 plus years away, 20 plus years away. We have no control over that. But in the meantime, the Toowoomba Speedway hosts these events, and there is enormous economic contribution to our local economy as a result of them. We've had road counts put on there at the end of last year. And if we want to try to get federal funding and state funding, we're in the possession of some data that can help shift the dial. So at the moment, this really is designed to help council potentially go for that black spot funding, but also to help our state and federal members in their advocacy. Because at the moment, they go into their meetings with a Google map in front of them and a feeling of goodwill. And they need a little bit more than that. And we have the expertise, if we can make this decision today, to help them with that. Again, it comes down to us as to what we decide the priorities are. We all wish that we had the operational budgets so that the general managers could plan for all manner of wonderful things. But so really it's a decision for us to make today. Despite that unease, do we think that the road safety around Wellcamp State School and the economic development of that area, as well as the economic development input from the Toowoomba Speedway around Worth Road, is worth us doing something different about it? And I think it is. So I hope that you support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Speaker against the motion? If no speaker against the motion, Trevor, I'll go back to you. Councillor Trevor, to sum up.
It'll be a quick sum up. Ditto to what Deputy Mayor Rebecca Vonoff said. She summed it up quite well, and I'll use all her words and statements as my sum up as well. So I'm asking for support for this so we can get something to the state government and federal government. We are the ones who can create this, get the ball rolling, so to speak. As Councillor Vonoff said, showing up at a state or federal government meeting with a Google map just doesn't cut it. And at the end of the day, lives are at stake here. And I ask you to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. A mover of Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. The motion is therefore before us. It's highlighted in yellow. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, those against? Would you like a vote recorded? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Trevor, Councillor Kerry. Okay, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Kerry against. Wendy, you got that one? All clear? Thank you, councillors. We then move to item 12.2. Councillor Tim McMahon.
Chair, thank you. I just need to get my screen back to where it needs to be. Colleagues, you get those in a day, Councillor Bill. Colleagues, this is a request for an info session. You say go to the GM, there are several involved, regarding the logistics and opportunities and threats of planting trees in detention basins. This has been on our books for some time, and I'd like to bring all parties together to have a chat. So I'll talk to it.
Thanks, Councillor Timber. A seconder for the motion. Second, it took a bit longer, but then there's a few jumped up. Councillor Gary Gardner, second. Okay, Councillor Tim, it's your motion.
Thank you, colleagues. We talk about doing things different. We talk about changing how we do things, and we're all in favour of more canopy. I have environmentalists, I have developers, I have members of the public in the community contacting me regularly saying there's a detention basin there, why can't we plant trees in there? It's just an information session, colleagues. Some departments of council saying it's a great idea, some say more work needs to be done. Propose we get all the cards together before we make a decision on moving forward.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Appreciate that. Any questions, councillors, in regard to this motion? If there's no questions, councillors, Councillor Tim as a mover, Councillor Gary seconder, any need to go into debate? If not, I put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Tim. Now, item number 13, councillors, is if there's any business, general business, the council determines by resolution. Any general business required? If not, councillors, item number 14 is to close the meeting. The councillors, what we might do is adjourn, if you don't mind, before we do that, and we'll close the meeting when we get back in. I'll mention that for those in the gallery who are here or those online. When we come back, the first item will be to close the meeting. So move to adjourn the meeting to 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. will commence. We are back online, councillors. Welcome to the afternoon session for Toowoomba Regional Council ordinary meeting for April. The first item as we return is the closing of the meeting to the public. A reason for the closing of the meeting is that this report concerns industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice, and therefore is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3, B, industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals of Local Government Regulation 2012. The motion, therefore, is that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3 of Local Government Regulations 2012 to consider the following item on the agenda. Item number 15, confidential Interim Chief Executive Officer's Monthly Report, April 2025. Can I have someone move that we go into close? Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Councillors, the item before you then is item 15.1, which is the Interim Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, and the motion is the Council note the Interim Chief Executive Officer's advice. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We then move to group reports, councillors, and 16.1 is the Planning and Development Group report. And invite Acting GM Carrie to come forward for your report. Carrie, welcome to you.
Good afternoon, councillors. I will take the report as read and would welcome any questions that you have about any specific items in there.
Thanks very much, Carrie. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the group report at Planning and Development? If there's no questions, the motion is there before us, councillors, that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. Item 16.2, then we move to Councillors' Group Report for Water and Waste Services and invite Matt as the Acting GM to come forward. Matt Torth, thank you and welcome back, Matt. I appreciate your presence today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Councillors, this is for the Water and Waste Services Committee group. Are there any questions? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Matt. If I can take councillors to pages 3 and 4 of the report under the heading New Energy Generation. And we've got our graph there, our chart with the costs incurred by council. It's high time that we had these figures, so I'm very pleased. Matt, this was a question that I provided to you on notice. What do residents have to show for the $4,647,746 spent to date on new energy generation?
Thanks, Matt. Hand over to you.
Through the Chair. So the money spent to date has primarily related to development of the tender and then subsequent due diligence associated with the project. So remembering this tender was never put out specifically as a hydro project. It was a tender that went to market saying council has land and council has an interest in energy, looking to produce energy or save on our energy costs. So the initial phases in the tender, which are shown on the top line of that table, were about developing appropriate tender specifications around how that process would run and ensuring that we had the right frameworks in terms of our legal, probity, commercial in place to run a proper process. The risk, of course, being if we didn't do a proper full process, that we could risk awarding a tender to a proponent that turned out to not be in council's best interests. Since we have resolved that the only remaining tenderer going through the process is BE Power in the pumped hydro project, the money has been spent far more on detailed due diligence around the project, noting that the proposal from BE Power is a proposal to build a hydro scheme in the order of $1.5 billion. So it is very important for council to make sure that we do undertake full diligence around commercial, environmental, water quality, dam safety, etc., so that council are best informed to make decisions going forward. So I guess to the crux of the question, the money spent to date is about doing our due diligence so that we can ensure that when council makes a decision about whether the tenderer proceeds to the next stages, that council is best informed to determine whether this is a commercial arrangement that council wishes to enter into and whether it's in the best interests of our community. I will just say one more item to note is that the commercial arrangements that we're looking for here, so council is looking for a commercial return, and part of that will be ensuring that the costs of undertaking the tender are incorporated in how we assess that commercial return. So we will look to recover that as part of the commercial framework of the project.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Councillor Rebecca, follow up?
Yeah, just to follow up on that last point that the Acting General Manager raised, that may be council's intent, but is that guaranteed at this point in time?
Through the chair, at this point in time, there are no guarantees. So when we go to the next phase, council will have an opportunity to review where the project is up to and what has been proposed, and we'll need to make a decision as to whether to proceed or whether to not. The money spent will give council the best information to make sure that we don't make a decision that may have long-term lasting impacts for the community, and therefore that is why that money is being spent, to make sure all aspects of the project are being fully considered from council's perspective.
Just clarifying that long-term impacts could be negative or positive, couldn't they? Which is why you do the due diligence.
Correct.
That's what you're yeah, okay. Thank you. Councillor Trevor.
Through to you, Matt. The next vote that we're having on this hydro, when is that coming back to council for another update, which will then obviously be voted on at some stage? Do you know of any time parameters?
My understanding is this stage is to be completed by November this year, is my understanding.
Very good. And any other questions in regard to the report? Councillor Bill.
It's about a topic Councillor Rebecca raised. So that's on the premise, the only guarantee is on the premise that the actual project, the proposal, makes it through to the end and it gets up. That's when the commercial arrangement kicks in. That's the first part of my question?
That's correct.
So can I come back to Chair? I'll just
come back to your question.
Yeah, no, just if anyone else has got some questions, I just need to frame that.
Has anyone else got any questions? Councillor Bill, I'm sort of running out of time to give you I guess a comment, if I could make then, Matt, on that table that you've prepared, there is obviously then a change of approach that's taken place, and it's in the report from November of last year. Did you want to? This will give Councillor Bill time, hopefully. Did you want to comment on that?
I thought about how I might frame it, but anyway.
Yeah. So from November 2023, council entered into a cost reimbursement arrangement with BE Power, and that will go through to the end of the stage 3 tender process. So as part of that arrangement, the net cost to council will be zero. So all of council's costs that we incur from November 2023 through to the end of this stage will be fully reimbursed by the proponent. So it does obviously limit council's cost impact in undertaking this stage of due diligence.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Bill. Did that give you enough time?
It's around our due diligence, which is appropriate for anything we do. How is our information that we unpack in relation to this project, council's view of the world and the risks we face, how is that utilised, and to what extent is that utilised by the proponents?
So we're currently under a tender process. So so our role through that process is assessing the information that's provided to us from the tenderer. It is not necessarily about us telling the tenderer what to do. So,
but it's open information with the tenderer. These are our concerns, and this is what there'd be open dialogue. Is what I'm.
Certainly open dialogue, and that also there's been an EIS process through the Coordinator General's office to do with this project as well. So all of the matters that are raised in that EIS are very much matters that, many of those are matters that Council has raised also. So yes, there's definitely open dialogue around different aspects of the project, and that information is being fed back. But like I said, we are in a tender phase, and so we need to be conscious of what we direct or advise the tenderer to do through this phase of the project.
So I guess comment, if I may, Chair, and I've raised this on prior occasions, the further we step into this process or project or proposal, then the more money we spend. It worries me that we are doing a degree of heavy lifting indirectly for the proponent. It's at 4.6 million at the moment. I express my concerns again.
No, this is just a report, Councillor Bill, at this stage. There'll be another opportunity for us to do that at that point, and I think records will show that you've been consistent on that, as have other councillors. But at this stage, this is the process we're at. The report is fulsome, came as a request, and thank you, Matt, for providing that to us. So if there's no more questions, councillors, the motion is there before us, which is that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Matt. We move then to Infrastructure Services and welcome Acting GM. Eric, welcome to you. No doubt Mike will be watching online, so we'll give him another wave. Yeah, come on over. Welcome. Good on you.
Okay, I'll take the report as read and accept any questions.
Councillor Trevor, question?
Just an update on the Glencloe-Yalangla Road. Obviously, things have started out there. Is it still are they on a couple of weeks break? And is there a grader out there sitting there just accumulating TRC dollars whilst we hire it? I've just heard whispers.
I'm unaware of that. My understanding is that we've started work on the culverts, and we're doing the culvert works at the moment. Yes. And I'd have to double check whether there's been a grader relocated out there. I couldn't answer that off at this time.
If you could just find out, maybe get back to me, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Maybe provide a reply to all councillors with questions that come from here.
Yeah,
that's a better approach. Okay, Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, if I could. In the road renewal program, Bowenville-Moolah Road, I know it's a very large road and it needs to increase its truck volume because of all the feedlots, etc. But most reports I've had over the last few years contain a section of Bowenville-Moolah Road. So I know it's at 37% and it's wet weather delays. Is this the first time we've done it, or is this stage the second time or the second stage? Can you just confirm the longer term plan for that road?
Yeah, there's been quite a number of stages that have been undertaken on Bowenville-Moolah Road, predominantly through the heavy vehicle safety and productivity program. We've staged it with that. This is the first time we will be touching the section of road that we're on at the moment. So we're not redoing a section that we've done recently. However, there is some flood recovery works that's programmed out there that will be undertaking works on some of the sections of road where we have constructed in recent years.
Yeah, sure. No, thanks for that. I think going back since I've been here, most times there's been a Bowenville-Moolah Road section in the report. So I take your answer. It's a long road and you're doing it in stages of new road. Another one, if I could, Chair. Back in town, Kearney Street, where it joins between Hodgson Vale and Kearney Springs, Yeah, it's actually well done, um, getting that up. So that bit's about a flood betterment through to the Hodgson Vale side. Does this include any upgrade to that road through there? Because I know it's kind of one of those, the community would love to see it joined up, but hasn't been for a while. So it's just flood recovery, not road, is that correct?
Yes, this is a flood recovery project. It's actually betterment. So that drainage area there was damaged during the January 2022 event. So we're actually building it back. Generally, flood recovery work is you reinstate with existing standard what was there. We're actually putting it back to a better standard, a more resilient standard than what it was through the funding that's available through the Betterment Fund. But yeah, it's only on the drainage channel there, not constructing a road.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that. I'll just ask another one with your indulgence, Chair, and it's not in the report, but the phone calls I get about, and it has been raised a few times, regional road with 1 or 2 residents, we're doing work on it, and the amount of infrastructure that we need to do those roadworks, including several stop-go signs, traffic lights on a road with only a few residents on it, and whether or not having all of that council resources out there is the best value for money. So when that happens, we're operating under legislative guidelines. Is there any leverage on that for us to look at the number of traffic light stop-go contractors that are used?
There is a scaled approach that's through the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. We try to stay to the what's reasonable with that. There, to a large extent, we are constrained by what the requirements are from the Manual of Uniform, the MUTCD and the Temporary Traffic Management Guidance, as you're familiar with the debates that have been happening with private developers and what's required. We're also required to operate under similar arrangements with that. So we do try to minimise that for various road classes. There is a different standard that can be applied, and we do try to minimise that. So yes, it has been a growing expense over about the past 6 years because the temporary traffic management requirements, which is for the safety of our employees, for the safety of road users too. It's I don't think it's overdone, but they are requirements that are under the Workplace Health and Safety Act and the state as well.
Thank you for the answer. What does MUTCD stand for?
Sorry, Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? If there's no further questions for Eric, the motion before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Eric. We move then to 16.4, Environment and Community Services, and welcome GM Nick Hauser. Welcome, Nick, to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, the group report for Environment Community Services is included in your agenda papers. I assume that the report's taken as read, and I'll do my best to answer your questions.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Trevor.
Just going to your report, Nick, under Property Services, there was a settlement of a property at 3 Tooth Street recently, which happens to be the Nobby Weybridge site. Can you give a surety to the Nobby, Clifton, Greenmount, Pilton, Backplains, Felton, Kangbuya, East Greenmount peoples that Weybridge will remain in operation?
Yes, I can give that assurance. That's the intent of where we're moving with that. We're working with the current operator to enter into a formal agreement to maintain the operation of that Weybridge.
And that'll be the original people who ran it? I think it was a Keepie family or something? Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? If not, councillors, the motion before us is that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. You want a question, Tim? No, I haven't got it yet. So.
Sorry, I was a bit slow, so I would.
Well,
Thank
pick
you
it
for
up.
allowing
Pick
me,
it up.
Chair. Nick, through you, Chair. 98k an hour winds during Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Well done to you and your team. We did close a number of parks and outdoor spaces, precautionary and some for damage. And I note there's sort of a restaging going on for opening them. Some around Picnic Point have recently reopened. Do you have a timeline on when all our parks, trails and outdoor spaces will be back to business as usual?
I'd have to check on those that are still closed and get back to you if they are indeed still closed. The report here notes that key nodes have been cleared of hazards and all bushland parks are now open. So I'm not aware of any ongoing closures, but I just need to confirm that with the parks team.
Take that on notice, Councillor Tim, and if you could just forward an email. Okay, the motion is there before us. Mover, Councillor Tim. Second, Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Nick. Okay, we move then to item 16.5, which is corporate services, and welcome again to GM Anne-Marie Johnson. Welcome to you, Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors, and happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Okay, councillors, any questions in regard to the corporate services group report? If not, the motion before us is that the corporate services group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Hang on a minute, we haven't voted yet. Carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you. Councillors, that does conclude the ordinary business of council for April. Thank you very much for your attendance. Those in the gallery, thank you very much. Sarah and John particularly, thank you. I do appreciate it very much indeed. It's been a good meeting, and appreciate, Wendy, your patience with us as we work through particularly the first third of the meeting. It was very much appreciated. Thank you and good afternoon.